Hey, we got Shatika in the house. Hello, Shatika. How are you today? Still working on these settings over here. Got Keenan in the house. "13 watching. Shatika and Keenan so far are in the house. How are you people doing today? It's a beautiful day, but you know what? I finally gave in and I turned my AC on. I'm getting cold though. I may have to turn it off, and I've got it like on, I don't know, 69 or so. We'll have to turn it up and get it a little bit warmer in here. And there's Denise, Dennis. I hope it's me. Ann makes it in today. She asked me earlier, sent me a message if I was going live today. And I told her, yeah, it was already scheduled. But somehow she accidentally got blocked Thursday night. And she said I was there, but nobody saw me. And she asked me to check to see if she had been blocked. So I checked. And sure enough, she was in the block section. So I unblocked her. And I said, I know what happened. It was when all those trolls were coming in, spelling out, Nigger, and putting each letter on a different comment line. And I said that my mods were trying to keep them out. And I said, I know that's what happened. I said, you accidentally got blocked when they were blocking them. But I told her, I said, don't for 1 minute think that we wanted to block you, because we didn't. Well, thank you, Keenan. Glad you could make it today. And Dennis, I haven't been fishing yet. I've been too busy. I got all those wood chips moved yesterday. Well, me and Miguel, his uncle, and his son, and his nephew were here. They had 3 wheelbarrows going, 3 shovels, and me helping spread them. So we got it all done, though. And I am just tickled to death that I don't have that big old pile of wood chips in my yard anymore. They're all in the backyard and around the garden area. Yeah, Dennis, like I said, however she got blocked, I know it was an accident. There she is. Yeah, we can see you now, Ann. I'm so sorry that happened, but I know beyond a shadow of a doubt you were accidentally blocked. No one intended to block you. You like the kid riding in the wheelchair? I mean, in the wheelbarrow? That was Miguel's nephew. I'm not sure how old he was. He wasn't too old. Maybe 6, 7 years old, something like that. Sweet little boy. And there's Gladys. Hello. Yeah, I got hot yesterday, and I was aching when I went to bed last night, but I took some ibuprofen, and it took me forever to go to sleep, but finally I did go to sleep. And then I was dragging this morning, didn't want to get up. And of course I haven't really done anything today but get up and fix me a little bit of something to eat earlier. Make me a pot of coffee. And then work on my videos, and that was pretty much it. Yeah, but Miguel, he's a really nice guy. Him and his uncle, his son, and his little nephew. They're really nice people. And he said, it's hard for them to get work. And so I said, and he answered an ad that I had put on a neighborhood watch, needing someone to help move wood chips, and he called me. And I told him what I had to do, and I said, you may not want to fool with it. A lot of people don't want to fool with moving wood chips. He said he'll do it. So before I knew it, they didn't come that day. He come over and talked to me, and he said he'd be back tomorrow and do it. So he was back Saturday morning, him and his uncle and his son and his little nephew, to get it done, and they got it done. pretty quick. Keenan says, I don't understand your language. I just look at you. Oh, no. That's so sweet, Keenan. I wish we had a translator so we could translate the language. I know some of them do have translators, but I guess I don't. I mean, I guess the people that post messages don't have translation. But Keenan, I'm so glad you're here in my live. We love having you. Gladys said she was just watching the video from yesterday. The wood chip one. Yeah, I was trying to help him advertise a little bit so he could get some jobs. I put an ad in on Facebook for him. Next door, I put an ad there for him. And then, of course, you saw the video. I put an ad for him at the very beginning of the video. And then, of course, he told his phone number and a little bit of what he does, you know, in the video. And then at the very end of the video, I posted another ad for him. So I told him, I said, hopefully out of all three of those, someone will need something done and they'll be calling him. I'm going to get him back out here. He's the one I'm going to get to fix my sink. But it's probably going to be at least next week or this coming week. It's not going to be today. I didn't even want to think about getting anybody in here to mess with it today. Plus, I was doing the live this afternoon, so I'm just taking the day off. The live is all I'm doing. So maybe one day this week I can get him over here and get it taken care of. You know, I was sitting here just killing a few minutes, and I got to watching this video on Camilla and the monarchy, the royal family, Diana, and all that stuff. And I thought they would tell something in that video I didn't know, but I already knew everything they were saying in there. I think Diana's death was actually a plot. It was planned to get rid of her. The royal family, most of them, I think, were jealous of Diana, for one thing. You know, she was becoming very popular with the public, and they felt like she was taking over, and they didn't like it. And then, of course, you always had Camilla in the background, which that was so wrong. I mean, they were royal family. They don't need a mistress hanging around in the background to be in the news constantly, you know? I don't know. I'm not going to say any more about it. I didn't like the whole situation, so. And, you know, it proved the point after Camilla got married, she became queen. I mean, oh my God, you don't make the mistress queen of your country. Maybe nobody else agrees with me. I don't know. But I need to quit talking about it, I guess. Something is wrong with my chat. It's not moving over here. My chat's frozen. Let me see if I can get it unfrozen so I can read the chat. I know this laptop, it lingers behind quite often. There's Wilson. Did you give him? Yes, I gave them water and Gatorade. I gave them all a bottle of Gatorade and a bottle of water. And I drank a bottle too. It was hot. It was so hot. Wilson says, why don't I come over to your house? We all can go fishing too. That would be fantastic, Wilson. Huh. Yeah, I've got closed caption on, but I don't know if that works on lives or not. I've got closed captions turned on for the videos, and I thought it was on for the lives, but I don't know if they even do a closed caption for the lives. They may not. We got both Tamras in the house. And I had one subscriber, she kept, and there's Immortal Twin. I'm doing great. I'm glad you ran across my channel so you can listen and get in our chat with us. Thank you. Love having you here. But yeah, I had a subscriber, she kept messaging me, I can't watch your videos because I need closed captioning on. And you got yours turned off. Well, no, I don't have it turned off. My closed caption is turned on. I can go to YouTube and put in my name and bring up my videos, and I can watch my video without signing in and see the closed caption come up. It'll tell every word that I say spelled out at the bottom of the screen. But you got to turn CC on at the bottom of your screen for every video you watch, or yours may be turned off. So I mentioned that to her. I said, well, mine's turned on. You need to turn the closed caption on your device, whatever you're watching on. So I hope she understood that, because you got CC right at the bottom of your screen to the right. And if it's got a red bar under it lit up, then that means your closed caption is turned on. If it does not have a line under it, that means it's turned off. And evidently she thinks mine was turned off because hers was, and she couldn't see the writing at the bottom of the screen. But yeah, you got to turn it on. So I hope she got the message that I sent back to her about that. But making sure that the notifications are turned off of this thing too. Yeah, there's some videos that I've watched and the closed caption is on, and maybe I don't want it there, so I'll go down to the bottom and click on that CC and get rid of it, because I don't want the writing coming up on the screen. And I know that's what's wrong. Hers is turned off. I randomly found your channel one day, and I keep coming back to make sure you're doing good. You are my internet grandma. Well, thank you, Ryan. Do you know I've got a nephew? His name is Ryan. One of my younger brother's son, his name is Ryan. Well, I'm glad you found my channel, and I'm glad you love my channel. And I'm glad you keep coming back. Yeah, and you can put more onion in that mix than what I put in. I've got 30, looks like 33 people watching right now. Her birthday is the 18th. And she asked me if I was going to sing happy birthday to her on the 18th, and I said yes. We'll have to do a special live on Friday the 18th, which is next week, so we can sing happy birthday to Gladys and wish her a happy birthday. Those onion fritters are real good. I could eat them every day. I love them. I love the onion rings, but I love the onion fritters. I think they even have a better taste than the onion rings do. And when you bite them, like the onion ring, when you bite them, the whole onion doesn't come out of the fritter like they do in the onion rings most of the time. That drives me crazy. You bite into the onion ring, and when you pull the onion ring away from your mouth, the whole onion comes out of the breading. And when you do fritters, it doesn't do that. Your birthday's in October, Wilson? Not long at all. You saw they already had the little green sprouts on them. They're already growing. Just barely cover them up. Don't put them too deep. And then they need to be in the sun. And just keep them watered a little bit. You know, keep the ground watered. Don't let them dry out. And they'll grow. They grow pretty quick. Mine are already getting ready to bust open like the Egyptian walking onions and give me little bulbs to replant like I sent Wilson. And my walking onions are walking. I mean, I showed in one of the videos, you know, how it started, that little whiter looking bump started coming up the stalk. And when it gets to the top, it'll burst open. Yeah, her birthday looks like it's on Good Friday. And there's Uncle BB. Yeah, they were real nice guys. And I'm going to get them back over here because I've got my sink. They're going to be the ones that's going to fix my sink drain. And I'll probably have a few more jobs after that, but I can't do it all at one time. Money-wise, you know, I can't do it all at once. Tamara said, up until my 20s, I always pulled the onion out of the rings and only ate the breading. What a dork. That's funny. Not much point in getting the onion rings if you're going to pull the onion out and just eat the breading, the casing on it. That's cute. Just enough to keep the ground damp. You don't have to keep it real wet. Maybe throw, I don't know how wet it is in your area, Wilson. I know you're in San Antonio. So you probably wouldn't have to throw water on them, but maybe once a week if it got dry. I've got stuff falling out of my trees right now. And I was outside a while ago walking around and I got all these little things on me. All those little... I don't know if y'all have these old scrub oaks in your yard like mine, but this time of year they put out a lot of pollen and dust. It gets all over your car and it looks kind of orangish yellow. And they drop all these little fuzzy things everywhere. And those, oh, what was the name of those worms? I showed pictures of them last year about the worms that fall out of the tree. Caterpillars, basically, is what they are. But they got 1,000,001 legs on them. And if they touch your skin, they will sting you with every single one of those legs. Like I got stung on my fingers one time. And I just put my hand into a pole. It was a pole bean vine. To move it back a little bit. And that... I touched that worm because I didn't see him, or the caterpillar. He stung me across my fingers. I bet I had 50, 60 stings on my fingers and my hand up here from just barely touching him. So I learned to appreciate those things, and I stay away from them. I found one in the new part of the garden this morning, and I brushed him off with the net and put him down on the ground, and I stepped on him. Pollen is too bad here in Memphis. Yeah, it's getting bad here right now. It's all over everything. My email is not working very well, so I am thinking using an old school way of taking pictures with film camera. Huh. Yeah, thank God those caterpillars are only here for a couple of weeks and then they're gone. But you got to be careful because they fall out of the trees and they get all over your porch. They're all over your sidewalk. Get all in your garden. But as long as you know they're there and you know not to touch them, step on them, but don't touch them. You're okay because they will sting you. Yep. That was just about what I had too. And I still got pictures of it on Facebook. I put pictures of those stings on Facebook on my wall. Uncle BB said my neighbor has that tree. It flies over to us. So this time of year, you may start getting those caterpillars in your yard, Uncle BB. And there's Stanley Nicholson. Hello, welcome to chat. You have mosquitoes that scare off the birds. I'm not too bad with mosquitoes because it stays pretty dry. Now, if I'm not careful, my little compost tea buckets will cause them if I leave the water sitting in them very long. But most of the time, I empty them quick enough that they don't cause mosquitoes. Or if I need compost tea in those containers, the big 32-gallon ones, I'll empty those little black buckets in there to keep it. You got to have some pretty big mosquitoes down your way at Dennis to scare off the birds. Tamara tells Dennis that's because his skeeters are bigger than the birds. They are huge. Well, maybe you'll get some rain. Ash sprayed all my yard would melt on yesterday to get rid of that problem. Yeah, Wilson is in San Antonio. Yeah, San Antonio. He's down around the Houston area. Years ago, you had a gypsy moth outbreak in New York, huh? Well, I know these caterpillars show up this time every year. And like I said, I saw my first one this morning, so I know they're starting. So I know to look out for them. And I will be wearing closed shoes or boots in the garden, doing anything from now on. And I will watch where I step if I'm wearing sandals on my sidewalk, because they get on my sidewalk. But I've never stepped on one accidentally. I've never had one to sting me on my feet or my legs or anything. And that one wouldn't have stung me if I had to put my hand in the pea vine. I was invading his territory. No, I didn't see it, Gladys. Gladys said, don't know if you saw it, but the church brought me a box of food today with a yummy birthday cake. Well, good. I'm so happy they brought you a birthday cake, Gladys. What kind of cake was it? Was it chocolate, vanilla? Oh, my cats are doing great. They're out there sleeping somewhere. because I fed them a big bowl of tuna fish for their lunch today. And as soon as they cleaned their bowls out, they disappeared. And I know they're somewhere sleeping out there. Uncle BB says Mom went out with a big long candle. She burned the shit out of them. Did the trick. I guess so. I know they do, Stanley. They've stung me before. I've got pictures on Facebook, on my Facebook wall, where they stung me on this hand, across my fingers. I had about 50, 60 stings on my hand from one caterpillar. And it hurt. Oh my God. You got strawberry shortcake. Well, good deal. Yeah, thank God they're only here for about 2 weeks and then they're gone. I guess they're like the caterpillars kind of that turn into butterflies. You know, they only stay caterpillars for so long and then they die or they turn into a butterfly. I think these turn into some kind of old moth or something. Oh, they're painful when they sting you, Stanley. I don't ever want to get stung again. But you know, these lots around here are full of just the old scrub oaks and those mesquite trees, or cedar trees as I call them. And one must have fell out of that great big old oak tree in the corner over here on the net that's over one of my tubs, you know, where I've got my zucchini planted. I said, you don't need to be on there. So I got me a stick and I got him off, brushed him down on the ground, and then I stepped on him good. Yeah, I have squirrels that get on my bird feeders too, and they'll eat every bit of the bird seed out of it. That's the reason I put that tool on it. What I want to do is get me 2 slinkies, and I kept meaning to do that, and I haven't found the slinkies yet, but the metal slinkies, and fasten it at the top of the pole where the bird feeder is, and then let it drop all the way to the ground. Because when the squirrels try to climb it, you know, it'll go down with them, and they'll never be able to get up the pole. But I remedied that with a tool. It would slide down, and they could never get to the top. But then they learned that they could jump. The big squirrels could jump tall enough that they could latch on to the bottom of that bird feeder and hang on, and they could get up there. And I saw them doing it. They literally jumped from the ground up to the bird feeder because they couldn't go up the pole. Yep, Stanley, that's about what it feels like. It hurts like the dickens, too. Oh, wow, Tamara. Those fire ants are not playing around, I'll tell you. And that's the kind I got in my yard. It's the red ones that sting and hurt like the dickens. And then the little low bite swells up. You know, puts that little pus pocket in it. Doesn't show up for like a day or so, and then all of a sudden you got this big bump on your leg. Or bumps if they stung you more than once. That's one reason I wear boots in the yard most of the time. It's not because my yard is wet, usually. It's because the ants have further to go to sting me. And usually if I wear my boots, they don't sting me. Henry said, guess what? I used the Melatonin 42, get rid of them things. You talking about the ants? I'd been putting out 7 dust mixed with 50% sugar, powdered sugar, and it'll get rid of them. And usually it'll take that poison to the nest and get the queen. But then there's other ants all over my yard. They're everywhere up on this hill. I think it's impossible to get rid of all of them. I could never make it go down the steps like the commercial. I don't mind the squirrels being around here. They got so many acorns to eat. And then they've always got all the bird seed that falls on the ground that they can eat. They don't have to get up on the bird feeder and dump half the bird seed out. And that's what they usually do. What they don't eat, they dump out of the feeder. I must not have turned the notifications off on my camera. I just heard it go do-do-do-do-do. Anne's going to see a specialist on the 30th this month. And then I'll have a 12-hour back surgery after that. Oh, wow. Yeah, I need to get one of those slinky things. The ones I've always seen are just made out of wire. And that's the ones I want to get. I found some online, but they were made out of some kind of plastic stuff. I don't want a plastic one. That sun will dry rot it and it'll break all to pieces. I got a subscriber that sent me a message. I don't remember their name. And I don't know if they ever come into live chat, but they were watching my videos and they sent me a message asking for my mailing address. They said, if you'll give me your mailing address, I'll send you some wandering Jew. They had watched a video where I had talked about having the wandering Jew for several years, and then finally it all died out and it never came back. And she's supposed to be sending me some. That'll be a treat. And get some wandering Jew started back again. I was going to go fishing yesterday, but then when I found out that Miguel and his uncle and son and all of them could come yesterday to move the wood chips, I said, well, I need to get my wood chips moved more than I need to go fishing, so I put my fishing off. Yeah, Dennis has probably got his freezers full of fish. Between him and his grandchildren catching fish, I don't think Dennis has any shortage of fish in his house. No, I didn't give my address on live. I sent it to her in a private message. Yeah, if anybody wants my mailing address, they can send me an email. And I usually put my personal email under the videos in the description. They usually just send me an email and ask for my mailing address and I'll send it to them. But I don't post it on my videos or lives, no. Yeah, poor Anne's had a time. I used to have a post office box that I had up, but then it was never used, and I got tired of paying for the box every month, and it was never used, and I just decided I'd cancel that, and from then on, if anybody wanted my mailing address, they could just get it through a personal email. You had a light bright with small pegs. Yeah, my kids had a light bright too when they were real little. I don't know. They must have. She's not here. She may be sleeping or something. She may be napping or she may be out at the strip club watching the guys. I broke down and got me a Coke. So I fixed me a tuna fish sandwich for tuna fish salad sandwich for lunch. And when I went to the store to get my bread, what was it, yesterday or day before, I picked up a 2-liter bottle of Coke. Did someone leave? The cost of those boxes doubled. Oh, I know, yeah. It took me a minute. It just finally dawned on me. You're talking about the postal boxes. Yeah, they cost too much for them not to be used. And I said, this is crazy. I'll just give out my mailing address to anybody that really wants it if they'll send me an email. That way I don't have to put it out to the whole world. My favorite toy was clackers. I made all the neighbors mad. Look at that. Wilson took his girlfriend out on the date last night. They had fried catfish and hush puppies. Sounds like my kind of date. I got so tickled at Miguel's son yesterday when they were sitting down taking a break, after they got finished. They were sitting on the patio, and I came in and got the water and the Gatorade and took it out to him. And his son was sitting in the chair up against the house, right beside that 32-gallon container. Well, when he drank his Gatorade, he was going to throw the bottle in the trash can. And he thought that 32-gallon container that was full of compost tea was the trash can. And he lifted the lid on it. He hurriedly slammed that lid down and jumped. And I started giggling. He said, "That smells like sewer." I thought it was the trash can. I said, "No, the trash can is there at the corner of the porch." I said, "That's compost tea." But I guess I need to move it. I think the next time I empty it, when water the yard, water the plants with it, and I get it down to where I can move it, I'll move it out where the trash can is, and I'll move the trash can up under the patio. And maybe nobody else will mistake it for being the trash can. But it was full of compost tea, and I had already put fish emulsion in it and all kind of stuff to feed the plants for the next time I water with it. That tickled me. It was an honest mistake. Anybody would have thought that was the garbage because that's a garbage can. And then when he did go over to the actual trash can, he lifted the lid kind of slow and reared back like he was afraid of what he was going to see in there. No, me. He said, "Well, that one was full of that stuff. Well, I don't know what's in your trash can." Oh. No, they didn't drink the compost tea. It was kind of funny, but I know it wasn't funny to him. He had no idea what that dirty water was in that trash. He said, "It smelled like sewer water." I guess it does, because that's about what it is. It's broken down like banana peelings, cabbage, all kind of stuff in there that's rotted away. Mixed in with fish emulsion, and that fish emulsion by itself smells terrible. It was kind of funny. They probably were wondering, what kind of lady is this? Keeps nasty water in a container. Good thing you didn't take the nasty plunge. Your girlfriend's from New York City, Wilson? Wow. I don't know why I never thought about it. I thought she was probably just from San Antonio down there where you are. Lemon twist, no, what was that? He said there's stuff floating in there. And I even empty, I wash my dishes in the dish pan to get the dishwater to water plants, because that's like plant food to your plants, the dishwater. So I started even putting the dishwater in that container, recycling the dishwater that way if I don't have a plant outside the door to water with. I'll pour it in that 32-gallon container if it's low enough to hold the water. That was kind of funny, though. I mean, anybody would have made that mistake. You see a trash can sitting there and you want to throw a bottle away, you're naturally going to raise the lid and throw it away. Oh. That's when I told him about the water restrictions we've got. It's been going on for 3 years now. Can only water 1 day a week. And for a long time, you couldn't even water with the water hose. You had to use a 5-gallon bucket or smaller. Now at least they will let you use the water hose. Because I complained to them. I said, you know what? I got a bad back neck. I can't pick up a 5-gallon bucket of water. I have to use like a 2-gallon bucket to water plants with. So they finally changed it, and now you can water with the water hose your 1 day a week. But with these plants, you got to water them at least twice a week. So I watered the 1 day with the city water, and I watered the next day with my compost tea in those containers. I mean, the ones in the totes or the buckets with the water reservoir in the bottom, a lot of times don't need a second watering. Sometimes they can use a little bit, but not much. That's the whole reason when I started planting in totes and buckets and big pots, is leaving a water reservoir in the bottom. So you don't have to water your plants as much. You remember the diaper pail? That stuff was wicked. Yeah. That's something that needed to be put outside the door. You didn't want it in your house. This is a good place for a stick-up. Tamara A. Lemon on a string. You put one on one ankle and jump with the other. That thing hurts when you get hit. Almost bad as lawn darts. I've never heard of lawn darts. What do you do with lawn darts? What are they? What are they made out of? I used to eat Pop-Tarts all the time. I guess that's what you're talking about, Wilson. What were the lawn darts made out of, Dennis? I've never heard of that, Tamara or Dennis, where you tie it around your ankle and you jump. I've never heard of that. Oh, no. That's a that's an accident waiting to happen. Something heavy metal and you throw it. No, That's not something you want to give kids, that's for sure. It sounds like it, that a lawn dart could kill you. A heavy metal object that you throw. Put somebody's eye out in a heartbeat. Metal big darts you aim toward a ring in the yard. Almost kind of like horseshoes, huh? You know, you don't want to get hit by a horseshoe if somebody's throwing it toward that stake, because that could hurt you. But it's not a dart. Well, thank you, Neon Legend, for that super chat. Thank you so much. Okay, Ann, we'll see you when you get back. Who's a troll, Dennis? You always play lawn darts while camping. Well, it sounds almost like horseshoes, only you throw a dart instead of the horseshoe. Yep, so a troll. Well, he's giving me super chats. I don't think that's too much of a troll right there. Oh, typo. It was like horseshoes. Yeah, I think I'd rather throw the horseshoe, but still, you know, horseshoes can be dangerous because that's a heavy metal object. And if it hit you when it was thrown toward that stake in the ground, it would hurt. But you're not supposed to be standing in front of it either. I was trying to remember, and there's another one. I'm not, but I can understand why people will call me a troll. That's fair, but I can understand. What do you mean, gone with the wind, Gladys? Neon is definitely not a troll because he just gave me 3 super chats. I don't think a troll would do that. I got super chats coming in, Gladys. That's what's going on. He's not a troll. Yeah, that's probably what. It was just a mistake. Oh, you were talking about the lawn darts. He was saying that he was talking about the lawn darts. I was trying to remember the games that we used to play when I was growing up. We used to play handball, that's when we lived in New York, because we lived in an apartment, and just like a block away from our apartment was this big park, and they had a handball court, and it was all concrete, and we used to go there to skate on the concrete, or we'd go with our ball and we'd play handball, or we'd play on some of the other park features they had there. But you learn real fast not to fall on concrete, because concrete shows no mercy if you hit it with your knees and your knees don't have any fabric covering them. Who wants to have old school lunch menu? I want to show Dennis something. To prove that I was going to go fishing, look what I got. You said your son caught his big old fish on a Slim Jim. There's my Slim Jim. I bought 2 Slim Jims to go fishing with, and I ate one of them because I love them. Well, I bought 2 of them, and I ate one when I realized I wasn't going to be able to go fishing. I ate one, but I'm saving this one. And as soon as I get the time or can, I'm going to go fishing and I'm going to try it. You could go through a BLT right now. I could too, but I don't have a tomato. Yeah, you're not supposed to be asking people's age. Dennis is asking Wilson how old he is. It's a funny good thing. Yeah, it's a good thing I got 2. And I may eat this one before it's over with. I may eat that one before I get to go fishing. And when I decide to go fishing, I might have to buy another one. Because I love these things. My granddaughter used to love them too. Every time my son would stop at a gas station almost, and my granddaughter was with him when she was little, she'd come out with a Slim Jim. She had to have her Slim Jim. She knew when he gassed up his pickup, it was time for a Slim Jim. Oh, you were asking how old a school menu? Is that what you were asking, Dennis? I thought you were asking Wilson how old he was. He says 1920 school menu, or 1960s, or 50s. You tried to open your car door with it, it didn't work. Well, I hope it didn't work. Well, I'm sorry about that, Dennis. I just glanced at that statement and said how old. I thought you were asking him how old he was. Uncle BB, not that kind of Slim Jim. No, you don't open a car door with that kind of Slim Jim. In fact, I've got one you open the car door with, but that's the old school way. I don't think you can open any of these new cars with a Slim Jim anymore. And there's Connor Webb. Welcome to chat today, Connor. Yeah, I've been to Taco Bell. It's been a long time. But I used to get, was it from Taco Bell? We've got several different taco places here in Granbury. But I'd go to one where could get three little tacos pretty cheap. And I'd go there sometimes with my kids after school and would get tacos. And I always got 3 tacos because they were, the little ones. Make some throwback school lunch menu, Linda, on your next videos next time. Okay, maybe I will. Connor is from Alberta, Canada. Well, welcome from Alberta, Canada, Connor. My goodness. So happy to have you. East Wing 28-ounce hammer is my go-to door opener, master key. Yeah, I've got one of the old-timey Slim Jims, but like I said, I don't think you can use it on the new car doors anymore. And I got it years ago because it seemed like I was locking my keys up in my car all the time. I got tired of calling the locksmith and paying him to make a key to get in the door. So I figured someone opened my car door with a Slim Jim. And he told me, well, you can buy one of these. So I bought one. It's hanging up in my cabinet right now in my kitchen. But I haven't used it in so many years. I don't even have that car anymore. It's been years since I've had that car. And there's Angel A. Hello, Angel. I've not tried it on any of my new cars. I don't think it'll open them, though. I may be wrong. Gladys just sent Dennis to the corner. Your mama's name is Linda, Connor? Well, small world, isn't it? Stanley says, I eat 10 tacos. Can't roll over on my belly to sleep. I guess not. You eat 10 tacos, that's a belly full. Angel loves the way I laugh. Connor says, I'm born in 2010. So you're 15? If I roll over on my belly, my legs will pick straight up like a teeter-totter. You've turned 15 in January. My daughter's birthday's in January. She was born on January 21st. Good place for a stick-up, BD. 10 tacos. Oh my goodness, we won't even talk about that, Connor. Mine's January 6th. Uncle BB says, Dennis, open a window. DS and grandkids is Dennis, Connor. And there's the vegan menu. Yeah, DS and grandkids. That's Dennis and grandkids. That's Dennis right there. Playing with my race car out in the green space. That was 15 minutes ago. Well, this laptop has a delayed reaction as far as posting chats. So you might post it and it may take a few seconds for it to show up here. If it shows up at all, sometimes it'll freeze. Dennis said that was before I got sent to the corner. RC cars are cool. I'm doing great, Anthony. How are you doing? Is that ghost bothering you anymore? You shouldn't be smoking, Connor. Cigarettes are bad for you. And like to eat 3 Musketeer bars. I like 3 Musketeer bars myself. It's been a long time since I've eaten one. But I don't smoke. I'm allergic to cigarettes and the smoke. What's your living situation, Anthony? I know you said you left your house and you were in a motel. Remember that old commercial when the lady says fried fish last night? I don't remember that. Tamara said stick with the candy. Yeah, the candy bars would be a lot better for you than the cigarettes. Wilson said there's a boy that lives down the street from me where I live. He also is 15 and he cuts my grass. Yeah, sugar's not good for you either, not too much of it, but you're better off with the candy bar than you are the cigarettes. And there's Pat. Hey, Pat. And Connor said his older brother cuts their backyard. Your older brother's name is Declan Webb. How old is your brother, Connor? Meanwhile, you weed whack. Okay. He's 18. Well, good deal. So your mama's got somebody that can take care of her yard for her 2 boys. I can't be around anybody smoking, Gladys, because it bothers my allergies. I'm allergic to the smoke. And then, I can't have that lingering smell in my house because that makes me sick. I know I have fires out in my fire pit sometimes, but I stay away from where the smoke is coming. If the smoke is coming toward me this way, I get around on the other side so the smoke's going away from me because I can't breathe it. And Dennis said his uncle's name is Clem Clydehopper. Yeah, but it bothers you, Connor. You might not smoke where it bothers other people, but it will bother you in the long run. No, I haven't heard from Patty C in a while. I don't know what's going on with her. Dennis, you're awful. Did y'all just read that statement Dennis posted? He said, I don't smoke, but I do smoke in public places because I know it bothers people. I've just been working every day and I'm so tired. That's me. I took the day off after helping with the wood chips yesterday. That did me in. But on Sundays, usually I try to take the day off, so to speak. I mean, I'll do a cooking video or something like that to post on a Monday, but most of the time, other than that, I pretty much take the day off, except for my live that I do. Yeah, the Three Musketeers will help with the nicotine withdrawal. You can tell I didn't wear a mask outside yesterday because I'm coughing today. And eating cough drops. I've got junk going on in my chest from yesterday too now. What's your favorite thing to dip carrots in? Probably onion dip, ranch dressing, or guacamole. Yours is dill dip. I don't think I've tried dill dip. My dad smoked Lucky Strikes. And sometimes he'd roll his own cigarettes and he'd buy cans of tobacco. It was Prince Albert. But the new house payment's killing you. Well, you should have told the ghost to move out of your other house. Oh my God, we got Ronald McDonald back, y'all. Somebody knock him out. Can't believe he's back in here today. Thank you, Dennis. Yeah. And you know, it's weird how that works because I know a lot of people that had trouble later on in life that did smoke every day. And then there's other people that it never bothered them. That's weird, I think. Who's Renaud? No, you're not in trouble, Dennis. I'm glad you got rid of that troll. It was a troll that just came in putting stuff up on my chat that he shouldn't be posting. So my moderator got rid of him, or Dennis got rid of him. Oh, you meant Ronald. Yeah, I don't have people smoking in my house either. My son's birthday's coming up in May. Mine is too. My son's is May 29th and mine's May 7th. But I do like your new house. How is your garden? My garden's doing great. I got to get out there and get some transplants out of the greenhouse, though, and get them planted. Some of them are big enough to transplant. So I need to get them out of the greenhouse. Good for your mom, Connor. He should not have been smoking that stuff. And there's Christine. Hello, Christine. Welcome to our chat. My chat froze on my camera. I had to just flip it up. Get it on the current chat. How you doing today, Christine? Your sister's birthday is May 24th. Oh, there's Burger King. Oh my gosh. Same ones that come in before. Ronald McDonald, Burger King. Who were the other ones? Didn't we have a Taco Bell or something? They were all after the fast food change. He got taken care of. Yeah, mine are starting to bloom, I think, right now. I thought I saw a bud on one of them yesterday when I was walking around the yard. There's Dairy Queen. I'll tell you what, they don't have anything to do better to do on a Sunday afternoon than to harass people in their lives. They've been coming into my live chats for several weeks now. They've been in here several different times. Yeah, it looks like I think they're all friends. I think they all know one another. 128 Norrie Avenue, Red Deer, Alberta. Yeah, he's back as Taco Bell. I thought Taco Bell was one of them. It's Burger King, Taco Bell, Ronald McDonald. How many restaurants are there? Your aunt's name. And there's Wendy's. Wendy, don't you have anything better to do than to come into my live chat and leave such an outrageous, slanderous word? You got to be a kid, because an adult wouldn't stoop to such idiocy to do something like that. And there's GIR with their poop. I remember them coming in last time too. Pooped out. It's 95 degrees here today, Wilson. That's why I broke down and turned my AC on. It's actually cooler outside under the shade tree than it would be in the house if I didn't have my AC on. Yeah, there went KFC. I think they're covering most of the fast food chains. That's what I'm thinking, Gladys. They're all kids because an adult wouldn't do that. Your older brother has 50 YouTube channels. Why does he have so many? I wouldn't want to keep up with 50 channels. I have all I can do to keep up with one. Okay, Anthony, have a good day. We'll see you next time. Still chilly in Connecticut. I don't know. You get these people all the time. They have nothing better to do than to come into your lives and leave really bad comments. And I think all of these must know one another because they leave the same thing. They spell out that word every time. Well, we have poop. I don't know. They may not be related to the other people, but who knows? Well, that's what Dennis has been doing, Wilson. He's been blocking them. Yeah. They always come in as like fast food restaurant names like McDonald's, Wendy's, Burger King, Taco Bell. Yeah, Dennis has got his fly swatter going. Well, I ate a tuna fish salad sandwich before I started my live, so I'm not really hungry right now. You just miss the trolls that are coming in. You think they're bots? Huh. Wilson's gonna fix fried chicken tonight. I'm coming for dinner. Fried chicken is one of my favorites. Fried chicken and fried catfish. But I'll take some fried chicken. Yep, that's right, Uncle BB. These people that are coming in as these little fast food restaurants, they're not even potty trained yet. Yep, welcome to the new normal. Well, even the bots, they've got to have people behind those accounts. It's not just a computer that sets up their own accounts and start spamming people. There's been a bot problem on YouTube in the recent years. Well, I came across another video that's warning people to stock up on certain food items. because the starting in May, which is only a few weeks off, there's going to be items that they're either going to go skyrocket high in price or they're not going to be available. And I wrote down the list of what they're telling you to buy. And it doesn't have anything to do with the government or Trump. It has to do with the drought in the certain countries that supply all of these items to America. It has to do with pollution and other things. But I can read the list to you if y'all haven't seen this video. I saw 2 of them at 2 different times, put out at 2 different times. But they're saying there's 10 items that you need to stock up on. One is coffee. They said if your coffee is available, it's going to be outrageously expensive for a while because the coffee crops have diminished. I mean, a lot of the coffee crops are not good this year. They're producing about half the coffee that they normally produce. Therefore, it's going to trickle down to the stores and it's going to give us a short supply on coffee. So they say if you go in a store by the end of May and your coffee's not on the shelf, or if it's tripled in price, don't be surprised. Well, I went in the store in Walmart on the day, the Monday they say the boycott was supposed to start. There was nothing going on in our Walmart at all, except people in there shopping. But the next one is olive oil. And I usually cook with olive oil if I can get it. And it's because the olive crop is also diminished. They're only getting about half of the olives that they normally get to supply people with olive oil and other olive products. So therefore, if olive oil is available on your shelf, it's going to go up in price, or it may not even be available at your store. Another one is rice for the same reason. They've lost many, many crops in many, many different countries and places that supply the United States with rice. So therefore, rice may not be available for a while until they can regrow, I guess, rice and supply it the next season. Fish is another thing. Wild salmon, tuna fish, the wild salmon that you get in the can especially, they're telling people to stock up on that because fish are, I forgot exactly how they worded it, but there's some fish that are getting some of these plastics consumed, and it's probably killing off a lot of fish. Avocados is one. They said that the avocado supply is way down. Oh, and one reason the rice supply is going to be down is because they found, some of these farmers found that barley is more economical to grow than rice. So a lot of the farmers have stopped growing rice and they switched over to growing barley. So that's going to shorten our rice supply. Spices like turmeric, cumin, oleander, stuff like that, they're supposed to be diminishing temporarily, I think. Another one is chocolate. Your favorite $2 chocolate bar may end up being $6 or $8 in the future. Cocoa, if you use cocoa to cook with, in your cakes or cookies or anything, you may not be able to get it. Citrus fruit like grapefruit, oranges, Oranges, orange juice, that type of thing is going down in supply. Wheat, pasta, and flour. They said don't be surprised to go in a store to buy a box of pasta and it not be there. Maybe go in to buy a package of spaghetti and it not be there. And they may be supplying with alternatives that are like pastas, but it's not the same. It's made with other ingredients. So they say just to be aware that starting in May, a lot of things are going to change in a lot of areas. I hope it doesn't affect us here, but you know, that's what they're saying. They said don't be surprised to go in your local store to get a 5-pound bag of flour to cook with and the shelf be empty. Hi, Linda Blaylock and Russell and Christine Mahoney. Hello. Butter is another thing, or dairy products. They say butter, cheese, items like that may be going up in price because they're going to get a little bit scarcer to get. The drought in a lot of areas, the floods in a lot of areas, it's either flooded crops or it's dried them up. And that's coming to affect us because if they don't have the crop to ship to the States, we can't get it, right? Betty Crocker has it all in her car. Yeah, milk is one of them too. All the dairy products. Because you know, it sets off a chain reaction. If the wheat crops and all of that stuff, the straw, the hay, if their crops are ruined, they don't have anything to feed the cattle, the cows, the milk cows. But they said if you love fresh salmon, wild salmon, you better stock up and put them in your freezer because it may be a long time before you'll be able to afford another piece of salmon after May. So I don't know if it's going to get that bad or not. Milk is $6.13 a gallon here. Well, I can still get my 2% low-fat milk, the chocolate milk that I usually get. It's in the, 2-quart container. Half a gallon is what it is. I think it was $2 and something at Walmart's where I usually get it. Yeah, but I don't want to make a sardine patty. I mean, I love salmon patties, so I'd love to be stocked up on cans of salmon to make salmon patties because I love them. I don't think sardines would taste the same. They're telling people to stock up on powdered milk because it you can keep it longer. A lot of things you can keep it for a year or two if you keep it in the right environment. Like rice, you can keep it almost indefinitely if you keep it dry, keep bugs out of it, if you put it in an airtight container. What do you mean I'm spoiled? Because I don't want to make a sardine patty? Christine's going to go finish her chicken soup. Okay, Christine, well, enjoy your chicken soup. Glad you popped in. Yeah, I don't really know if it's going to get that way starting next month or not. But I've seen several different videos put out at different times that are saying the same thing. And they all say, don't go crazy and try to buy up the store, but to get extra cans of tuna, get extra cans of salmon, a few extra bags of rice, that type of thing. Every time you go shopping. Does anyone? I remember powdered eggs. Yeah, that's what they called it. It was eggs, but they called them fake eggs because they were powdered eggs or dehydrated eggs. I like red onions. I like red onions in my salads if I have, can get them. If I don't, I'll put the white onion in there or the green onion. But that's just it, Wilson. They weren't fake eggs. They were real eggs. They just were dehydrated eggs. Yeah, I pick about 4 dozen in my day eggs. Mom used to buy powdered milk all the time. We hardly ever had milk in the house because we were allergic to it. My mom had the same allergies I do. I mean, we did have milk, but not like in most households where people are drinking milk every meal. Because I can't drink whole milk. It'll make me throw up. I'll be sicker than a dog. Dehydrated trolls. Well, tell your coworker, Russell, I said thank you for liking to watch me. Henry said, yeah, my wife's allergic to milk too. Yeah, I always buy the 2% milk. And I always get chocolate milk if I'm going to drink it. But it's 2%. Yeah, it used to come in red and white boxes. I remember all the time I'd see Mom get that box out and get a jar and she'd mix up a whole jar of milk. Powdered milk. I'll eat these squirrels that are eating my birdseed. The 10 Commandments. I've seen that. Who is your coworker, Russell? What's his name? You're fattening them up. You're raising your squirrels for the pot. I don't know, Wilson, where Connor is. Anthony was here earlier. He had to leave. He said he had to go to work. If that's the same Anthony. Yeah, like I said, Russell, Anthony came in. He was here for a little bit, and then he said he had to leave because he had to go to work. Otherwise, he'd probably still be here. I have no idea, Jason. I don't know what Rock Hudson played. I used canned milk, the evaporated milk. I always keep several cans of that on hand if I need it for cooking, because I don't have to worry about it souring like you do fresh milk in the refrigerator, since I can't drink it. Oh wow, Linda. I'm sorry to hear that. But I'm glad the people got out of the house without any harm. And somebody had commented on one of my videos that it was sad about the family that was in the helicopter crash. But I never have heard any more about it. I don't know if they perished in the crash, or if they got hurt in the crash, or if they're okay. What happened? I mean, what caused the crash, or anything? I just saw a news clip on it, and they really didn't tell anything. They just showed you like a pier coming out with a lot of boats around, I guess where the helicopter went down. It didn't say what it crashed into or nothing else. Oh no, they all died. All died in the helicopter crash. Do anybody know what caused the crash? Well, you can make squirrel soup with those squirrels. My mom used to make squirrel and rice. It was pretty good. My brothers would go kill squirrels and clean them and bring them in, and Mom would throw them in a pot and cook them and put in some rice, and it was pretty good eating. Only they didn't have much meat on their bones. Helicopter failure. That's a shame. Oh my God. Even the babies. How many babies were in the helicopter crash? It broke apart. Everyone died. Mother, father, children. So sad. Well, thank you, Russell. Three babies? Oh gosh. So sorry to hear that. Two parents and three kids. Oh. That is so sad. I hate to hear that. That just goes to show you, when it's your time to come, you're going. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter the circumstances, what you do, what you don't do. If it's your time, it's your time. Plain and simple. It may come early, it may come late, you know. I don't know. I never heard any news broadcast say anything about it. I just saw a short video where they were showing the boats in the water around where the area where the helicopter went down. It never showed anything else. It never said anything, didn't tell you anything about it. So I quit watching it. They weren't babies, they were little kids. That is so sad. Thank you, Gladys. It's a shame when something like that goes down. You just can't swim away when it goes in the water, but I know it's not that easy. Not that simple. Not that dry cut. It just seemed to fly apart. Wow. Yeah, I know it was in the Hudson River near New Jersey. Near Jersey City. They were from Spain and were here for the wife's 40th birthday. Oh, wow. That's so sad. Oh, my gosh. Were they flying that helicopter themselves, or did they have a regular pilot? It was a wealthy family. Mm. Yeah, I think twice before I've a tour pilot. Did the pilot die as well? They were buried at sea? So everybody on that helicopter's gone. That's sad. Lucy was in one when she missed her ship. Yeah, Dick Van Dyke. He's 100 years old. Wow. He survived the California fires, yeah. I hate to hear about anybody being killed like that, especially kids. They didn't even have a chance. And for them to be coming on a happy trip, to celebrate the wife's 40th birthday and then have that happen, that is so sad. Hope he doesn't fall over an ottoman. He may not have any ottomans in his living room. You think it happened quickly? Well, let's hope it did and nobody actually suffered in that. I wonder if it was some kind of explosion. It had to be if it just like blew apart. Well, we're not going to play a game, but what if I ask a question for seeds on one of my last cooking videos? I was so tired the other night. I didn't want to cook a lot, but I was hungry. I had to get something to eat. What did I cook in that video? I think it's the very last cooking video I posted. What did I fix in that video to eat for dinner that night? Nope, not grits and eggs and bacon. That was way before that. The last video. Tamara, you did it again. Bacon, egg, breakfast sandwich. Yep, that's what it was. I fixed bacon, egg, and I put a little bit of cheese on it and made a sandwich, and that was my dinner. So Tamara Amelin, you got it. I'll get those seeds in the mail. You can tell who watches every one of my videos. She's usually the first one that pops up with the correct answer. And there's Life with Pippintine. Hello. She's not a cheater, Dennis. She just watches the videos and she pays attention to the videos. Like one person sent me a message after they watched my video that I posted this morning. And they said, well, you should have given people a heads up and let us know that Miguel was going to give out his phone number in the video, so we could have had a piece of paper and something to write with, so we could have got his number written down. Well, evidently they were not paying attention in the very first of the beginning of that video, because when that video first started, there was an ad popped up with the picture of Miguel and his son, and it had the ad right on the side of it with his phone number and what he does, like odd jobs, painting, framing, construction, landscaping. And I just made the comment back to him. I said, well, if you'll go back to the video and watch the very beginning, you'll see his ad plainly with his phone number. And if you miss that, you can go all the way to the end of the video and the ad will be back up. So that just lets me know that they didn't watch all the video to the very end, or they would have saw the ad come up and it would have stayed right there on the screen. So there was 2 ads with the phone number, beginning and ending, and then Miguel in kind of this, well, kind of after the beginning of the video where he told his phone number. Yeah, all they had to do is rewind. Why complain? Because I didn't give them a heads up that he was going to give his phone number. Well, you didn't watch the very beginning either. You must have hit the button and went and was doing something else. Or you just saw the ad. It's frozen right on the screen at the beginning of the video. Yeah, all they have to do is rewind it and freeze the video and get the number. Go to the front and get the phone number off the ad. Go to the rear of the video and get the number off the ad. Dennis says, I do watch all. I just have CRS. What is CRS? I don't remember what day you said your birthday was on, Wilson. I know it was in October. I would just have to guess it what day. Yeah, I can't remember either. That would be definitely a guessing game. Uncle BB said, I'd like a heads up when Tamara starts typing. She may not have to type it in. She may just speak it in. I can't remember either, Jana. I know it seemed like Wilson told us what day his birthday was on, but I don't remember. Are you going to send out the prize if they guess it, Wilson? No, she said, no, I type. She's just quick. She watches the videos. She remembers the details. Yeah, I was so tired. I just didn't know what I wanted to eat, and I wanted something, and I said, well, I love bacon. Just let me fix me a bacon and egg sandwich and be done with it. I don't know, Wilson. Whatever I find in my bag, I guess. Linda said between October 1st and the 31st. Yeah, it's in there somewhere. Country Cutie said the 28th. Sure, tell us, Wilson. What day is your birthday on? I don't like mayo on my bacon and egg sandwich. I put cheese on it. Yeah, I'm not like a lot of people. I don't put mayo on a lot of stuff. The 19th. I should remember that now because it's a day after Gladys's birthday, only Gladys's is in April and his is in October. My sandwich was not dry with that cheese melted on it. You notice I put my cheese on my egg in the frying pan and I melted it. Then I put it on the sandwich. So it was not dry at all. Jana has laryngitis. Oh no. Jana, I can't tell you, Sam. How long have you had laryngitis? Oh my goodness. I've had laryngitis before, but it's been years and years ago. I haven't had laryngitis in so many years I can't even remember. Well, I like mayo too, but I don't want it on a lot of my sandwiches. Now, I like to make a banana sandwich and put mayo on it. And I like to make a hamburger with just bread and put mayo on it. Yeah, but I had forgot the date, Wilson. I can't remember everything. Okay, Gladys. See you later. We've been on for what? Almost 2 hours. We had fried bologna with mayo. I'd rather put mustard on my mayo. I mean on my bologna, not on my mayo. I don't like mayo on my bologna. I want mustard on it. No, and I don't put mayo on my fries either. Started a couple of days ago. Well, mine is all allergies because I helped move wood chips. Well, I didn't move them. I was raking them out, spreading them out. And I didn't have a mask on yesterday. So that's why I'm coughing today. It's all that stuff I breathed yesterday. Now, you're probably run down from stress, worry, and a lot of things, Jana. That's the way my youngest brother liked his scrambled eggs. He told Mama that he wanted bloody eggs for breakfast in the mornings. And that's what he'd do. She'd scramble him up an egg and he put more ketchup on it than there was egg. Yeah, I hope you get better soon, Jana. It's just the stress of everything and emotional stress and everything that's been going on with you, losing your husband, and that puts a toll on your body. You don't realize it. I mean, I know you were upset, but you don't realize how that stress of going through all that can affect you. Uncle BB said his dad put ketchup on everything. Yeah, you need a lot of rest and you need to quit worrying. You need to stop stressing out. And I know that's what you're doing. I'd be doing it too if I was in your situation. My little brother put great tang on his cottage cheese. Oh, well, I guess if you like it. I mean, I probably eat stuff that he wouldn't like, and he would eat stuff that I wouldn't. I mean, I've never tried grape tang on cottage cheese, so I don't know if it'd be good or not. If it's got fat, I'll eat it. I don't know. I haven't seen tang in a long time. I've not looked for it, really. I didn't know they made grape tang either. I knew they made orange. No, I'm not tired. I slept good last night, and then I took a nap this afternoon before my live. Oh, they're going to change the time again. You know, they always do. I love Kool-Aid, but my favorite is the lemonade Kool-Aid. I don't ever drink orange tang. If I want orange drink like that, usually I'll buy a package of orange Kool-Aid and make it. Crystal Light. It was made for astronauts. Yes, they still make Kool-Aid. I got packages up there in my fruit bowl. I got spoiled with the packages of drink mix that you don't have to add sugar, that has the artificial sweetener, no sugar. I've gotten spoiled with that. I usually mix that up and drink it. And there's Edith. Hello, Edith. You finally made it. We were wondering where you were. Everybody was saying you went to the strip club again. Well, we know you didn't. We were just funning. Mom never made Kool-Aid. We had Hawaiian Punch. Well, you can get Kool-Aid Hawaiian Punch, too. Well, I'm glad to hear you're a little bit better now, Edith. Sorry to hear that you haven't been feeling well. I just wanted to show Wilson something. Oh. Oh, I'm sorry. It's not called Hawaiian Punch. It's called Tropical Punch. But it's the same thing, and it's by Kool-Aid. But see, I get the lemonade, the orange. That's another lemonade. I get the strawberry. That's another lemonade. That's another orange. I get the grape. And the cherry. So yes, they still make Kool-Aid, Dennis. My neighbor lady gave us Kool-Aid and ring-dings. Yep, they still have them. They still have these right along with the packages of drink mix that I buy too sometimes. Let's see. I buy these. There's 16 singles in that. And that is pink lemonade. And, you know, they're made to put in the small bottles. But I usually take 3 of these little packets in here. And I put them in my big tea pitcher. And then fill it up with water. And I make a whole pitcher of it. And I usually drink a whole pitcher of it in a day. One day. And then I got Tropical Mango Punch drink mix. So I usually keep plenty of stuff around to drink. Because I like water. I mean, I drink plenty of just plain water too, but I like to keep Kool-Aid or the drink mixes available that you don't have to put sugar in. And that's the only thing I don't like about these small packets is you got to put a cup of sugar in them. And I'd rather have the no sugar mixes myself. But yeah, the answer to your question, Wilson, yes, sir. They still do make Kool-Aid packets. You mean they don't have it in San Antonio? Oh my goodness. I get mine at Walmart. I don't know if HEB has it or not. They probably do. But Walmart still carries it. Oh my goodness, she bought cases and had to open it and ring them up individually. Yeah. Well, this one is sugar free. It tells you right there in that small writing right there in the side. It says sugar free. But I love this pink lemonade. And I like the raspberry lemonade. But I figure it's better for me to drink those mixes than it is to drink sodas, like Coke and Pepsi and all that. Because I got to a place at one time where I was drinking Pepsis and Coca-Cola rather than water. And that's not good for you. And I do have this with Coca-Cola in it today, but that's just for lunch. When it's gone, I'm not going to be drinking any more Coke today. I'll be drinking my Kool-Aid mixes or my pink lemonade or one of these others. Or a cup of coffee or a cup of tea. Yeah, usually if I want an orange drink, I'll make I make the orange lemonade. Because I like it. I mean, I like the orange lemonade. I like the cherry. I like the grape. I like the punch. But my favorite is the lemonade. And I got 3 packages of lemonade here. I got one, I think, of each. Well, I got 2 oranges. Usually when I buy them, I just get a handful of them and I mix it up, all different flavors. I remember ice cream trucks. You bought Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. You bought a soda stream machine. You haven't used it yet. Story time. I don't know any stories to tell. Dennis says it's story time. I guess you're leaving us or not. I don't know. He says good night. No, Varnet. I'm sorry. With me coughing from my allergies, I didn't notice that you'd even come in the chat, Varnet. Varnet the musician. No, I don't remember too much about the Helms bakery truck. Seemed like I do vaguely. It's just my allergies that's making me cough. I've been out, was out, was out in the yard when they were moving wood chips yesterday, and I was help spreading them. And I didn't have a mask on, so I was breathing that dust. Somebody please get rid of Gixmo. Mom would always buy us Good Humor. She liked toasted almond bar, and she would always buy the girl next door ice cream. Well, that was nice of her. I remember the ice cream truck when I lived in New York as a little girl. But we didn't have an ice cream truck that came through our farm town, our little country town in North Carolina. There was never an ice cream truck around there. Exactly, Edith. Vulgarity is quite obscene. Yeah, I lived in a small farm town and they didn't have ice cream trucks or snow cone trucks or any of that. We did have them in New York when I lived up there as a little girl. There's Ann, she's back. I don't know what I want to fix for dinner tonight. Dugan's bakery truck. I don't remember a Dugan's. Seemed like I barely remember something about a Helms bakery truck, though, that had bread and different things on it. Ron made meatloaf. Oh, that sounds good. But my meat is frozen. Yeah, I remember doing that, Fred. When I was little, me and my brothers used to pick up those soda bottles, put them in a crate, take them down to the store, and we'd get money, and we'd turn around and buy us a Coke and some candy. Or then when I was about 10, 11, whenever it was that Gone with the Wind came out, we we picked up soda bottles in order to get money to put gas in my uncle's car to take us to the drive-in to see Gone with the Wind. And even at like 11 and 12 years old, I thought it was a good movie. And my favorite part is where Humphrey Bogart said, "Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn." I'll never forget that scene. Made $20 selling Coke bottles. Good old days. Yeah, when gas was $3, you could get gasoline four gallons for $1 of the regular, 3 gallons for $1 for high test. You can't get 4 gallons of gasoline today for $1. I mean that's outrageous. 4 gallons of gasoline would cost you about $15 now. Your brother's getting you Chinese food. That sounds good. I haven't had Chinese food in a long time. Yeah, that's when $1 meant something. A quarter meant something. My God, you could take 25 cents, go to the store and get you a Coke, a bag of peanuts, a candy bar, and still have change. Yeah, Clark Gable, not Humphrey Bogart. Why did I say Humphrey Bogart? It was Clark Gable that said that. And they didn't have seat belts either, Wilson. Back when my kids were little and when I first owned a car, there was no such a thing as a seat belt. Exactly, Fred. You can't do that anymore. This is the first time I'm going to disclose about my part-time job that I had done when I was in college as his assistant. Whenever he would visit the people's house to perform puja and stuff, I was the one who used to help him. Yeah, Humphrey Bogart would have been interested in that movie. I don't know why I said Humphrey Bogart. I guess it was just the first name that came to my mind. I knew it was Clark Gable. I know. You can't do it now. You pay $20 for one meal for one person. Exactly. Seatbelts were your mama's arm. I remember when we were riding anywhere, my little girl was sitting on the seat, no seat belts. And if I had to stop real quick, I just put my arm out like that and put it in front of her so she wouldn't go fall over in the floor or hit the dash. But you didn't go 80 and 100 miles an hour down the highway either. You never got over 50 miles an hour no matter where you went, seemed like. Because these were all country roads. People didn't go that fast. There wasn't that much traffic on them. I don't know about all that stuff, Varnet. And we never wore seatbelts because there was no seatbelts in the cars. They hadn't come up with seatbelts back when I first started driving and when my kids were little tiny. Now, when my son was born, they had seatbelts. That was about the time we moved out here, right after. I'm trying to boycott Walmart until April 15th for the cost of food. Oh my goodness, Edith. I love that window, Wilson. That was my AC. Because you could turn both of them to where when you're riding down the highway, it would catch the wind and it would blow directly on you. And it kept you cool. Yep, they didn't have car seats, no seat belts. Because like I said, the traffic was not as bad and we didn't drive as fast. Nowadays, you take your life in your hands when you get out on the highway. The roads are so congested and people are flying everywhere like they don't have time for anything. No, school buses didn't have seat belts either. There was no seat belts on any vehicles. Well, you weren't supposed to drive while drinking. You just didn't have enough traffic for cops to be out looking for you. Well, when my kids were little, or especially my daughter, there was no seat belts. Cars did not have seat belts at all. And there's just me, Billie Jean. Hello. You bought any new flowers lately? I moved 4 yucca plants. No, but I've got to get out there and transplant seedlings from the greenhouse into the garden. I'm going to try to get that done this week. And I need to get my shade cloth put back up in that garden area over here. Oh, wow. What? Yeah, it's beautiful, but it's 95 degrees here in Texas. But it's a beautiful day. It's nice and sunshiny. Back then it wasn't a DWI, it was reckless driving. Now we're in watching you. We're doing good. Well, thank you. No, I've got so much that I need to transplant in the yard, and I've got more pepper plants coming up from those seeds I put out when I did that video on cutting the bell pepper open and showing people how you could take the seeds out and plant them. They're all coming up. So, as soon as they get big enough, I'm going to have to transplant them in the yard. I don't know if I'm going to have room for all of those plants or not. It's going to be a bunch of them. And then I've got like 100 volunteer tomato plants that came up that I still got to do something with. I don't remember how much it cost to take driver's ed, but I remember taking driver's ed when I was in school. I don't think it cost you anything to take driver's ed. It was part of our school curriculum, and I don't think it cost anything to take it. Oh, wow. Lake Texoma, a lot of storms coming this week. And me, yeah, I know in about a week we're supposed to get some rain, but I didn't know it was from some storms headed this way. We need the rain, but we don't need the storm. I don't remember what year it was I took driver's ed. It had to be early 60s or late 50s, 58, 59, 60, somewhere along in there. Yeah, I don't think they charged anything back when I took driver's ed. It was just part of the school curriculum. You could sign up for driver's ed or not. But better tie your plants down. Oh, wow. It's going to get that bad, huh, Billie Jean? Yeah, I like that too, Edith, that she ate all her cereal. And her mama said she was still eating it all too when she'd sit down to eat. Mama took driver's ed in a covered wagon. She's mad at me. Oh no. Now, Mama, don't be mad at Billie Jean. My allergies are killing me right now. I was breathing all that dust from those wood chips yesterday. I got all my wood chips spread out, so that's done. Now I got to get busy putting my shade cloth up and getting those transplants done. Get them planted. Yeah, I guess, insurances are getting high even for the schools, so they don't want the liability of it all. She said, I won't, or don't put nothing past him. LOL. Teach yourself to drive just like they did in the back in 30s and 20s. Well, my uncle, I don't remember how it was, 13 maybe, and he had just got a Ford. I think it was like a 55 Ford. And he took me out one day and he was teaching me to drive. He told me to get behind the wheel and wanted to teach me how to drive. Well, he had a stick shift, so he taught me to change the gears. So I had a little bit of knowledge of driving before I ever took driver's ed, as young as I was. And it just so happened the driver's ed car that I took driver's ed in was a stick shift. Of course, back then, all the stick shifts were on the wheel. Unless you were in a truck, then it was in the floor. But this was stick shift on the wheel. And second gear was messed up. So the driver instructor told me when I got behind the wheel, he said, now second gear you can't use. Or do you think you'll be all right with it? I said, yeah, sure. I can put it in first gear and then, bypass second and go straight to third. He said, okay. So I drove off and that's what I did. I never did put it in second gear. I just bypassed it and went straight to third. And I think that helped me pass driver's ed that year too. Because I didn't have any problem passing it. 30 north the tree. What? 3 on the tree or 30. My dad taught me to drive in a 57 Chevy gears on the wheel. Yeah, and I never mind when I went and bought cars. If I found a car I liked, I never minded having a stick shift. In fact, I liked driving a stick shift. Made me feel like I was in a sports car or something. Seemed like quite a few of my cars that I bought over the years had a floor stick shift that I drove. So I had to get used to not having to change gears in this Nissan, because the last 3 or 4 cars I owned all had, straight transmission, stick shift. But my Nissan has automatic. Oh, 3 on the tree or 4 on the floor, yep. I was used to driving 4 on the floor, and then it started becoming 5 on the floor. Yeah, and I learned how to drive a farm tractor too. I was 12 or 13 when I learned how to drive a tractor. We're up in a tobacco farm. And they needed a driver for the tractor to take it from the field to the shed where the women were stringing the tobacco on the sticks to put up in the tobacco barn. Oh my God. I feel like I got something caught in my throat and it won't go anywhere. But they needed somebody to drive the tractor from the field up to the barn where the women were working. So I said, well, I can do it. I know how to drive it. I can drive it. So I jumped up there and I could barely push the clutch in to change the gears because I was not that big. But I got the gears changed and took off and got it up to the barn. I thought I was big stuff driving that tractor that day. Me being so young. All right, Tamara, I'll get those seeds out to you probably first thing in the morning. Yeah, and we've been on here for 2.5 hours. I guess I should let people go. But we got 47 in here. Yeah, good night, Tamara. Have a blessed night. Have a safe and blessed day tomorrow. Sleep tight tonight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. And we'll see you next time. Yeah, after that time I drove my uncle's car and he taught me to drive. I thought I could drive anything, so I jumped right up on that tractor. And one of the women at the barn got on the guy for letting me drive the tractor out of the field. He said, "Why do you let her drive the tractor?" He said, "Because y'all know kids around here know how to drive tractors." They grow up learning how to drive a tractor. They drive a tractor before they ever get in a car to drive. Those old farm trucks were something else, weren't they? Back in the 50s, they had some neat trucks that they drove around on the farms. Okay, Billie Jean, well, I'm so happy you stopped in and said hello. You have a blessed night as well. You and your mom. Stay safe, and we'll see you next time. Wilson said, "I never drive a car or a truck." Well, when the whole time my mom grew up and was in school and out of school, she never knew how to drive. When you live in New York City, a car is a nuisance. I mean, you go everywhere on bus, taxi, or subway, and it's so much cheaper than even owning a car that nobody wants to own a car and have to deal with it because you got to pay to have it parked somewhere, and then you get it stolen. So my mom never knew how to drive, and so when we moved from New York back to North Carolina when I was little, she didn't drive. If my dad wasn't home to take her somewhere, she couldn't go. She maybe got a neighbor to take her to the store or something. And one of her friends, Maria Baker, I remember the day she come to the house and told my mom, said, "Come on, Gloria, I'm going to teach you to drive." My mom said, "No, I don't need to know how to drive." And Maria said, "Oh, yes, you do. You live out here in the country. You got to know how to drive to go somewhere. What if you had an emergency and you had to get somewhere? You wouldn't have any way to go." Well, so my mom got in the car and she taught her to drive. And finally she got her license after that. And she realized that gave her a lot of freedom because there was no subways, taxis, or buses in my little farm town. If you didn't drive yourself, you didn't get nowhere unless you got a friend to take you. What do you drive, Wilson, if you don't drive a car or truck? I'm being smart. You probably go everywhere on a bus or taxi in San Antonio. You walk. Oh, that's the cheapest way to go. Zeus 123. Well, thank you for the compliment. You must be a newcomer. I don't remember ever seeing your name in chat before, but welcome. We're always welcoming new subscribers. Love to have new subscribers. Gives you exercise too when you have to get out and walk. Yeah, maybe you did. Maybe I don't remember the name. You walked 3 miles to a store one time before. Well, my grandparents lived about 3 miles from our house in Atkinson, in our little small farm town. And since there was not much traffic on that little farm road, on Saturdays we'd ask my mom if me and my brothers could walk up to Grandma's house, and she'd say, yeah, just be careful, stay off the road. So we'd take off walking. We'd go to Grandma's house and spend part of the day with her, and then we'd come walking home. It depended on what time we were up there till. Sometimes if Dad came home while we were gone, he'd come up there and get us. But, she was close enough that she could walk to her house. It was a good walk. But she didn't live just right next door. And thank God it was just a farm road, because there was hardly no traffic at all. Once in a while you'd see a tractor go down the road. And you walk 3 miles. It's a pretty good walk. I mean, you can do it. And you might be a little tired of walking when you get there. But we did it as a kid quite often to go to my grandmother's house. That was my dad's mom. Nothing wrong with walking. I mean, people get out every day now and walk, they run, they jog, just to get exercise. So nothing wrong with walking. The only problem is there's so much traffic on most of the highways. You want to think twice before you get out in that traffic to walk anywhere. Out in the country, it's a little bit different. Unless you're walking down a sidewalk. Now, if you're in the city, if you're in the city and you're walking on the sidewalks, that's okay. It's pretty safe to do that. You're very short, so it's probably hard to see you with people coming down the road. Yeah, and use the crosswalks if you're walking in town. And I say I don't need to join a gym. I just go out in my yard and do my housework, and I've got exercise right there. I got enough exercise yesterday raking, spreading wood chips. I don't think I needed to go walking or go anywhere else to get exercise. I got enough here. I used to tease my son. I said, you don't need to join a gym. This is when he was probably not even, just barely a teenager. I said, you don't need to join a gym for exercise. Get out there and wash the car by hand. Go wax the car. Do like they did in Karate Kid, hands on, hands off, you know, or wax on, wax off. There's a lot of truth to that. If people would do a lot of stuff for themselves, they wouldn't need to go to a gym. They'd get all the exercise right at home. Hi there, Donna. How's Donna doing today? I had people blowing the horns was walking on the sidewalks. Well, that's crazy. Why would they blow the horn unless they were just saying hello, you know? The cars are made for the street, not the sidewalks. They don't have any reason to be blowing their horn at somebody walking on a sidewalk. Trying to decide what I want to cook for my dinner tonight. I don't know. I had to walk to school when we moved to North Carolina, or back to North Carolina. In fact, I walked to school when I lived in New York because it was about 3-4 blocks away and the bus didn't run that way. And I walked to school every day. And in North Carolina, when I was a kid growing up, I lived in town and the buses wouldn't pick kids up that lived inside the city limit. You had to walk to school or your parents had to take you. And that was back when my mom really wasn't driving. I mean, I think she had her license by then, but Dad was usually gone with the car during the day, so the car wasn't there. So I walked to school the 4 or 5 blocks it was to school. Even in the rain, I had to walk or come home from school unless one of the neighbors picked me up. Yep, in all kinds of weather. It could be freezing cold and I'd still have to walk to school. Me and my brothers. I mean, it was bad because you'd be walking to school and it's pouring down rain. You're getting wet. And here come the bus right beside you going to school and wouldn't stop. They said they couldn't stop because they weren't allowed to pick kids up inside the city limit, which I think was crazy. I mean, they didn't have to go out of their way. All they had to do was stop and let me get on the bus. And that's the same way it was out here when my kids were little. You know, they grumbled because they didn't want to have to go to the end of the street and wait for the bus. You know, sometimes it was too hot to stand out there. Sometimes it was raining or it was too cold. So usually I'd have to drive down to the end of the street, let them sit in the car, and wait till the bus come. And you know, and I got on to school about it. I said, why can't the bus come down the street? There's more kids that live down this way than just my kids. Oh, we can't do that. We can't. Because then we'd have to do it with everybody, and we don't have the bus power, the drivers, or nothing else. But you know now, guess what? The bus comes down the street. It picks up my neighbor's kids. It picks up the new kids across the street. And then it circles around the block and goes back out. But yet they would not do it when my kids were little. Living at home and needing a ride to school. I would ride my bike to school when I was in middle school. I didn't have a bike to ride back then. Yes, we missed you, Dennis. She wore a kerchief pants, then changed into a skirt. We always miss Dennis when he's not here. When he's not here, we always miss him. And back then, girls couldn't wear pants to school. You had to wear dresses or skirts, knee length, nothing shorter above the knee. So unless you had leggings or something like that you could put on your legs to keep your legs warm, you walk to school and it's 30 degrees outside. Your legs got cold. I'd wear socks that come up your legs as far as I could get them. I'm about to fry chicken livers, but the before date is April 1st. They're probably still all right. I mean, that's usually the best to use by date. It's not, that doesn't mean they're bad. And I bought chicken livers. When I bought my Slim Jims, I bought a carton of chicken livers. So I said that way I can use chicken livers or I can use my Slim Jim or use both and see which one works. But I'll guarantee you I'll eat most of those chicken livers. I'm not going to take them all fishing. I'll take a couple out of that carton and I'll put them in a container and I'll take them down to fish with. And I'll take my Slim Jim. Uncle BB said my mom got the bus stop changed. She was a cereal mom. No, they're still good, Dennis. I'm sure they probably are. Just like milk, it's got a date on it. And most of the time, if it says the 4th, I'm still drinking it the 5th, 6th. On the 5th or 6th of that month. Yeah, but you got to have that blood on something, Wilson, not just the blood. Carter caught that 6.5 pound catfish on a 1/4 inch piece of Slim Jim. Well, I'm going to try it. I'm up to try anything to catch a fat catfish. Well, you can do that eating sour milk. That's like using buttermilk. If it says the 3rd and it expires on the 4th, type of person that will take it to the sink and wash out the milk and recycle the bottle. Yeah, but you got to use the chicken blood on something if you don't use that chicken liver. I have an ex-minister and his wife lived on a farm and they would buy their milk from farmers and use the top of the milk for coffee. Yeah, that's thick cream. That's good in your coffee. I mean, I never did it because I'm allergic to it. But that's what a lot of people did that have milk cows. Yeah, but I can't go out far enough to pour that in the water to catch the fish. They're usually a pretty good ways out from where I'm standing. Huh. That was terrible, Uncle BB. Well, good for you. They changed the route so you got on the bus before they were even around, huh? Sometimes I would stay with my grandmother for a month at a time, and I'd ride the bus from where she lived because, she was 3 miles out of town. So the bus did stop at her house and pick me up. Oh, yeah, you don't forget stuff like that, Uncle BB. That kind of stuff stays with you forever. Just pour it in the water and the fish will come to you. Well, I'll have to try that. Dennis said my daughter punched a boy on the bus first day of first grade. What did he do that she punched him? That'd be interesting to know. He wouldn't move and let her by. Well, good for her. He needed to be punched. I bet he didn't mess with her after that either. My brother punched a boy in the first grade because he had the ball he wanted. And there's Child of God. Hello. Welcome to chat. Jesus loves you too. Good. I mean, she made a believer out of him. He wasn't going to try and bother again to see what he'd get. Might have been worse than the punch. Hi, Patricia. How's Patricia doing today? Yep, that's bullying. 100% bullying going on. You know what I've been thinking about all day? Chicken and dumplings. I'm liable to fix me some chicken and dumplings for supper. I haven't fixed any in a while. Or a pizza. I haven't fixed a pizza in a while either. Your daughter's the bully, Dennis? I don't believe that. If she punched him because he wouldn't get out of her way, he deserved being punched. You live in Texas down by Beaumont, close to Houston. Watch all of... Well, thank you for watching, Patricia. Chicken and dumplings, your favorite food? Well, I might make some real quick this evening after my live's over. Do a quick and easy version of dumplings. Some that I don't have to roll out and cut or anything. We'll see. I don't know. Your physical therapist made you some chicken and dumplings and they were delicious. Oh my goodness. Where do you find a physical therapist that will cook for you? I just throw up a couple of pieces of chicken in the pot, cook them real fast, cut them up, mix up some flour, make you a little bit of dough, and I don't roll it out or anything. I get it to the consistency almost that you're going to make biscuits with, and then I just form a little dumpling, break off a pinch and form it in a dumpling, throw it in the pot, and keep going. You're right on the border of Louisiana. The pretty lady from Beaumont, Texas, with oil wells in her yard. Well, they got quite a few oil wells around, but I mean, you don't see any right close here. And get out of ways on the interstate and go one way or the other, and you might see a few, but there's none right here in this area. And that might be because the companies own all the mineral rights. People that live here don't own any of it. They were going to start drilling for oil over in Joshua, and my son lived over there. And I think the neighborhood voted it down. They wanted fracking rights to go down between the houses behind him, where the yards join in his backyard. And they voted on it, and they voted it down. He said, I don't want them putting a freaking oil well in my backyard. Port Arthur, Texas had oil tankers coming and going. Yeah, they were drilling there. I'd gladly let them put an oil well down in my backyard if I thought they'd hit oil, and I'd be the one that got paid for it. The only problem is, to my understanding, the company that put this division in, they kept all the mineral rights and the water rights and stuff like that for themselves. When they sell the lots out here, you buy the property, but you don't have water rights. You're not supposed to put a well down. If you find oil in your backyard, you don't own it. They do. I think that's a bunch of crap. Chicken liver soaked and got fat like goose liver. I've never seen goose liver. And there's Brooklyn Marie. Hello, Brooklyn. How are you doing today? This girl was intercepting Grandpa's love letters when Grandma found out she got the girl behind the barn, and she had to leave town for a while. Oh no. That's called farm country. Oh heck, what was I going to say? Oh, farm or country justice. Barn justice. I don't have neck bones. I think I might do my chicken and dumplings the easy way, and that'll be my video for tomorrow morning. You're in Orange, Texas. Okay. About how many people live there, Patricia? give them in the country. She better move because the country girls don't play. Yep, they don't play. Little buddy's at the door scratching. He's telling me he's ready for his dinner. He probably thinks he's going to get more tuna fish, but he ate the last can of tuna fish I had at lunch. Him and Lucky they chowed down. I mean, they licked the bowls clean. I gave him a can of cat food. I divided it up, a little can. And they kind of turned their nose up. It's like they didn't want the same old cat food. So I remembered I had a can of tuna in here. So I opened it and I took a little bit of the tuna out and put it in each one of them's bowl. And then I put all of the water, out of the can in their bowls. And then I gave it to them and they went, oh my God. Those cats went after that bowl of tuna fish with that other food in there. They acted like it was candy. They just gobbled it up. They licked those bowls clean. And then they went and found somewhere to lay down and go to sleep all afternoon. And if he thinks he's getting more tuna fish tonight, he's sadly mistaken because I don't have any more. He may not like what I give him. Yep, country girls don't play. I had somebody arguing and fighting with me and causing problems for me. And I said, well, I'll come to your state and see you. You get trouble if you come on the property. I said, who's wanting to go on your property? I'll come on the street in front of your house. You can come out in the street and say hello to my little friend. I said, I'm a country girl too, But anyway, all that kind of blew over. One time I cooked chicken liver and left a gallbladder and ate it. What? They don't put gallbladders in chicken livers. Yuck, Dennis. I'm going to have to let me get them a cup of food. I'm going to give them some dry food and see if they'll eat it. Oh. Already made up my mind when I go to the store and pick up some stuff, which I need to do maybe tomorrow or the next day. I'm going to get quite a few cans of tuna fish. They're chowing down on their Friskies dry food. Oh, they've had treats today. They'll get treats later this evening. I usually give them treats early in the day once in a while, and then at night, the last thing I give them at night before I go to bed is a handful of treats, and they're happy with it usually. I can't afford to give them treats all the time. Those things are pretty expensive. But I said, if I can find tuna fish for about the same price as I pay for their cat food, I'm going to stock up on some tuna fish to feed them because they love tuna fish. You got me wanting to plant tomatoes in a bucket and flowers. Order some yellow daylilies. Well, the thing about daylilies, they come up every year. And I got a whole bunch of tomato plants I've got to transplant. That they're volunteer tomato plants. They came up in that raised bed where that golden grape tomato plant was last year. I had dropped several little tomatoes down in there, and every one of those seeds have come up. They're chowed down on that dry food right now, Dennis. Your mom had them all around her fence. Yeah, they'll come up every year and they multiply as long as you keep them, watered enough that they don't die. Or the bulb doesn't dry out and go to nothing. But usually when they're not growing, if you get rain every once in a while, you don't even have to worry about watering them. And they come up every year and they multiply. Well, you can't blame the cats. They don't like to eat just everything you want to give them. They're like people or anybody else. They want what they like. I'm not going to cook something to eat unless I want to eat it. I like it. I think they keep the mice away from here. I don't think they eat any mice. And I've not seen any mice, so I don't know. I think with 2 cats, they pretty well keep the mice away from here. Oh wow, I wish my raspberry bush would get full of raspberries. Is your blackberry bush, is it out in the open sun all day, or does it get partial shade, or where is it growing? Oh my God, Wilson, the rats we got around here are bigger than my cats. But I haven't seen one of those in a long time. I mean, my raspberry bush is looking beautiful this year, but it hasn't started blooming or anything yet. It's a thornless raspberry bush. I hope it just gets full of raspberries. Oh, they don't eat them, but they bring them to the door to let you know they caught them. Well, mine hasn't brought any up to the door. Yeah, Texas rats, Dennis. Bigger than anybody else's. But the big ones are actually called wood rats. They're not like mice. They're big wood rats. They'll chew right through your wooden floor to get in your house. I had one do it here. They chewed a hole clean through the floor, the tile and everything to get in the house. Yeah, my raspberry bush gets partial shade, and it's growing beautiful. And once a year, it'll put out that cluster like of little flowers. And then the flowers die off, and the cluster disappears, and there's no raspberries. So I don't know what it needs that it's not getting. You have any tips on growing raspberries? Do you put anything special to your blackberry bush? Yeah, we spill chicken feed out when we only mix them in our containers to feed our chickens, and they know rats and born since we keep the cats around here. I bet one had 2 bushels of mulberries and the birds ate every one. Well, I don't know why my raspberry bushes never had raspberries. I put fertilizer to it, compost tea. It's in good soil. It gets partial sun or partial shade. That's what I do, Wilson. If I see signs of rats, I don't see any signs of any. I don't think I've got any around here now. Do you do anything special with your blackberry bush, Henry? Do you fertilize it? Do you put anything to your bush? We had us a rat killing one time when I was a kid. Yeah, I had planted a blackberry bush and a raspberry bush, but I planted them in 2 separate places in the backyard. One was right in front of the shed, and one was up here next to the walkway. And the raspberry bush started growing. The blackberry bush died because I thought it was too dry out there. It wasn't getting enough water in the yard, in the ground. You need to tie some CDs on there. That way the wind can flap him and keep the birds. Yeah, but there hasn't been any berries on it for the birds to get. That's what's weird. They're not going to come up there to eat the flowers, are they? Huh. They ate all your plums off your tree. So you won't have any plums this year. Well, I might have to tie something up in there and see if that helps. Because I have not had not one raspberry on that bush in the 3 years I've had it planted out there. Hi there, Jay. How you doing? Maybe they eat them off before I even see any of them. I'll tell you what they do in North Carolina on stuff to keep the birds away. They take aluminum pie pans pie tins and put them up there, just like you would the CDs. Well, I know my fig tree. I'm going to have to put something around it because there's old squirrels. When my fix to get ripe, they eat them all. So you're feeding the squirrels. Uncle BB. May say I was that high wind that knocked all my plum flowers off and my little pony. MT said I stole her phone for a minute, but hi Ann. Yep, they were up in an old stack of lumber. Rat shot in 22, fix them up, fix them right up. Knock them out, John. Well, the wood rats that get in my house, or used to, that I haven't seen one in a long, long time. And I'm thinking that the cats are keeping them away from the house. You couldn't put those little traps out. You had to get a great big old trap. My mouse traps are that long. Because the little ones will trip on them and it might clamp down on them, but it won't kill them. And the rat will take the trap off. So I had to buy the big mouse traps, the wooden ones. And I'll tell you what, the last rat I called, he was a big one. Big rat. Definitely a wood rat. He was no little mouse. Well, I always put it behind furniture or somewhere where I'm not going to step on it. It's not out in the open floor. Yeah. I love growing a garden. I mean, I didn't have many tomatoes last year, but I had enough that I ate. And there's nothing better than a homegrown tomato right off the vine. I usually put it down behind the recliner over here against the wall where there's no traffic except where the rat's going to go. You had to be careful of rodent hairs when Dad got in the food. I know, I can't eat a tomato out of the store. It has no taste. I refuse to buy them. I'll buy a can of tomatoes, the cut up tomatoes in the can, stewed tomatoes. I buy them all the time. I'd rather have them than have the fresh tomatoes in the store because they don't taste right. But I don't want to eat a whole lot of tomatoes anyway. I love them, especially homegrown. But they say if you have arthritis that tomatoes, you don't want to eat a bunch of them. You don't want to overeat on your tomatoes because it goes against your arthritis. You overeat tomatoes and it'll cause inflammation in your joints with your arthritis. I haven't had enough tomatoes for that to bother me. Well, I got homework for homesick for tomatoes the other day, and my wife bought me one from the store, and I'm at this. But button worth it. But it was worth it. Yeah, I get the grape tomatoes once in a while just to throw in a salad, or I'll buy a Roma tomato. Now I got a bunch of Roma tomato seed planted. I hope they all come up because the Roma tomatoes don't get 12 foot tall. Now all these volunteers I got back here in this raised bed, they're the ones that get 12 foot tall if you let them. But they put out tomatoes, the little grape tomatoes. And they do taste good too. Yeah, I just like a dough like to eat a good sound once you know you can't beat it. Yeah, if you're used to eating homegrown tomatoes, they taste so much different from the store, you don't ever want a store-bought tomato again. Unless it's in a can. Okay, Henry. I figured you were probably using talk to text. MT, the hitchhiker in the hearse. I don't know what you're talking about, Dennis. Do y'all realize we've been live for over 3 hours? Dennis got carried away talking about Jerry Clower. I've been alive since 1966. Well, I was alive way before that, Dennis. I don't remember that one. Remember Tyner? One where they are setting up with the dead LOL. Sorry, Miss Linda. I got carried away myself. Patricia said, I've been alive since 1951. Mine was 64. Dad grew the best tomatoes. We called him the green thumb rodent. Mine was 52. I'm gonna have to take some cough syrup, I guess. Good old Chevy trucks back then. Who went to school with me? metal lunchbox. Well, my son did. He'd pick out his cartoon favorite and get his little metal lunchbox, and I'd pack his lunch in it. Because a lot of times he didn't like the food at lunch at school. Well, back then they made everything better, Henry. Our automobiles were built better, the homes were built better. Dennis said school lunch was better than my mom's cooking. Well, I can't say that. I like my mom's cooking. My mom was a good cook. And the times I spent with my grandmother and rode the bus from her house to school, she'd fix me fried egg sandwiches with cheese on them. And no, not sandwich bread. It was on a biscuit, a homemade biscuit. Like you go through McDonald's and get breakfast, on a bun. But I tell you what, that was the best egg and cheese sandwich you've ever eaten. Or best egg and cheese biscuit. I love those biscuits. I didn't mind eating them at all for lunch. I can't remember what was on my son's lunchbox, but I know it was a cartoon of some kind. Because he loved all the like the superheroes and stuff like that. Yeah, well, like, you can go to McDonald's and you can get a sausage biscuit. And I said those biscuits were the closest thing to the ones my grandma made I've ever gotten anywhere. She made some good biscuits, and back then she was cooking them in a wood stove. Want to say yours was a Scooby-Doo? Herman Munster. Man, I'd love to have one of my grandma's egg and cheese biscuit right now. Oh my God, those were so good. That's what my grandma'd do. She'd put it in a brown paper bag. I'd take my egg and cheese biscuits to school. That was my lunch. The little brown lunch bags that you got. Well, glad you did, TPAC. How's it going with you? Pretty girl in our cafeteria had fried egg. It looked so good. Oh, wow. You went to your son's house today, Henry, and your son gave you a loaf of homemade jalapeno bread. Oh, wow. Now, I put jalapenos in my Mexican cornbread, but I've never had any jalapeno bread, not white bread. I'm going to have to check on a recipe for that. 5 cents for lunch with a brown lunch bag. Those were the good days. Well, my grandmother, she'd get up and she'd fix me breakfast in the morning. And as soon as she got done, while she was cooking my breakfast, she'd also cook that extra egg with cheese and put it in a biscuit. Sometimes I'd get 2 of them. But she'd have pretty good sized biscuits. White bread with jalapeno. But those were the best egg biscuits you've ever eaten in your life. Just T-Pack. Dennis, you and your granddad would go out for breakfast and let her sleep and not bring her anything. You found me last Sunday, you believe. Okay, well, I'm glad you found me. She used just the regular sliced sandwich cheese. Oh, I remember Grandma's fried chicken. Oh my God, that was so good. She'd fix fried chicken every Sunday dinner. And it was always a chicken from her backyard. She'd go grab her a chicken, butcher him, bring him in, throw him in the frying pan, flour him, throw him in the frying pan, and we'd have fried chicken. And she always used the homemade lard that they got from their hogs when they butchered them each year. And that's the same lard she used in her biscuits. And she used fresh milk from their cows in the biscuit. But those were some of the best biscuits you've ever had in your life. Yep, she'd make me a fried egg with cheese on it biscuit sandwich. And it was so good. I didn't mind taking it to school. I'd give $100 for Dennis. Wonder why they never sold it. And when I was at home, my mom always fixed us egg salad sandwiches to take to school. I guess because it was less expensive than a lot of other stuff. Because I never liked bologna. And when I get to school and the other kids saw what I had, they begged me to trade with them. They wanted my egg salad sandwich and they wanted to give me their bologna. And I didn't like bologna and I never wanted it. But once in a while, I'd let them talk me into trading with them. Well, they tell you today, Wilson, that the lard was the best thing in the world you could cook with. Not full of preservatives and stuff like everything is today. Bacon grease and lard is the best you can ever get to cook with. He was talking about government cheese. No, this wasn't government cheese. My grandmother even made her own butter with the milk from the cows. She got all the cream off of that milk, made her own butter with it. And some of her cheese may have been homemade. I don't know. But I know she put a slice of cheese on my egg sandwich when she fried it in the morning and put it on a biscuit, and that was so good. We're getting Patricia hungry. We had bologna and egg salad on bread. Yeah, once in a while, Mom would fix a bologna sandwich, but I'd fuss at her because I never liked bologna. And if I ate it, I wanted thin, paper thin. You know, I didn't like the thick bologna because I didn't like the bologna to begin with. So she just started making us egg salad sandwiches every day. I love them. Yeah, I know. I buy a little box of it occasionally. I think I've got a pound box of it here now. It's real good to put in your flour to make your biscuits or your pastry, your dumplings. You had tuna too. I don't remember Mom ever making us tuna salad sandwiches to go to school. It was always egg salad. But I loved it. I loved egg salad sandwiches, and I loved my grandma's fried egg and cheese biscuits. Making myself a Dagwood sandwich today. I'm still undecided what I want to fix for dinner tonight. I got to fix something. I've got to make my mind up pretty soon. I don't know what I want. My favorite sandwich for lunch was liver cheese with all the fat around it. Ooh. I don't know if I could handle that. Liver cheese. I've never had it. I don't know if I'd like it or not. Oh, I know, Linnea. Grandmas were always the best cooks. Peanut butter. I don't want peanut butter and jelly for supper. I mean, I love peanut butter and jelly, but I don't want a peanut butter and jelly sandwich for dinner tonight. I know the bacon grease or the lard makes your potatoes taste so good when you fry them in it. So different than frying in anything else. Because your lard is basically bacon grease. I mean, it's the grease from the fat of that hog, and that's what bacon is. Bacon grease is the fat coming out of that fat in that strip of bacon. I don't think we ever got to buy lunch when I was going to school. I mean, maybe the last couple of years we did, but I remember most of the time we took our lunch. Because when you got several brothers, it could get pretty expensive buying lunch for all your kids. But like I said, we didn't mind it. I mean, we had good sandwiches to eat. I'm not making tamales for dinner tonight. I'm not into Mexican food for my dinner. I'm thinking chicken of some kind with maybe a sweet potato. I don't know. I've never bought them in a can. I probably need to eat that turkey and gravy I got. I took a package of a carton of turkey and gravy that was cooked Thanksgiving out of the freezer, and I made a open face sandwich with it. That was my dinner the other night. I may make that tonight and do my video on it. At this point, pizza's too much trouble. I got to make the dough, and then I got to heat up the house to cook it. You remember the Franks and beans? Yeah, I'm sitting here mulling over in my mind, what do I want to fix for my dinner? Because I'm going to do a video on whatever I fix. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I've got that turkey and gravy in there. An open face sandwich sounds real good, but I need something to go with it. I bought one Domino's pizza, medium pizza for my grandkids the other night, $19. Yeah, that's why one reason I don't eat out. And when I do, if I order a pizza, something like that, it's very, very seldom. And I catch it on sale or when they got a good deal going, and I might order one and go pick it up. I haven't had a pizza delivered here in years. I know it costs so much to eat out. I don't see how people do it. They got to have darn good salaries coming in every week to be able to go out and eat all the time. Family Dollar has $5.95 frozen pizza, better than Domino's. And then I bought a package of those pizza bites or whatever they call them at the dollar store out here one time. They were pretty good. But I've usually got to the place where I make my own pizza at home. Use coupons. Because I've been trying to eat up stuff that's in the freezer already. So I have room to put stuff for this year, you know. I need to get everything out of there and eat it that was from like November. Around that time and get it out so I can redo my freezer and put new stuff in. There's a Sicilian restaurant in Venus that has excellent food. I bet there is. Patricia said her eating out place is Sonic. I usually go through the drive-thru and I order McDonald's from the app. Like yesterday, I was too tired to cook anything. I was too tired to even think about fixing a sandwich. So I went and took me a shower, and I sat here and I ordered the $5 meal deal from McDonald's. And then I drove out there, picked it up, brought it home, and sat here and ate it. That was so much better than having to fix anything. I don't get Meals on Wheels, Dennis. It's little buddy. He's the only one that scratches the door. You can hear him, huh? He's going to scratch the paint off my door if he don't stop. And he wants treats. He wants treats now because I already gave him the food. You remember me just giving him food. Now he wants treats. My cat has me trained, y'all. You didn't eat all your food. No, because I know you want treats. Well, he got his treats. They didn't eat all the food, the dry food that I put out there. He's just picky. He wanted treats. He's eating them now. And Lucky's been in another fight. He's got pieces of fur coming off the top of his head where he got in the fight. He's busy eating right now, Wilson. I don't have that either, Uncle BB. Meals on Wheels. You mean Roach Coach? Dennis, you crack me up. Meals on Wheels is not really tasty. I wouldn't know. I've never had them. Never had Meals on Wheels or Welcome Wagon or any of that stuff. A real butter churn by my door. There's no, I don't know what you see. I don't have a butter churn at all. Do you see the milk can on the floor? That's a milk can. That green, it's a dairy milk can that I brought from North Carolina with me when we moved out here years ago. And I had it sandblasted and I painted it green. And that one's used as an ashtray, even though I don't smoke. It's got an ashtray in the top of it. And I got one on the other side that it has a flat top lid to it, so it doesn't have a well to put an ashtray down in. You used to work for a health lady. She fed her Meals on Wheels dinner to the cats outside. It looks like a butter churn. No, it's an old-timey dairy milk can that the farmers had back home. And they're pretty expensive. People were buying them up about the time I came out here. And they were turning them into like ashtrays or, you know, something decorative to go in your living room in your house. I mean, back then they were like $50 a piece for an old rusty beat up can. And I managed to get mine for free. I don't remember how, but I got 2 of them. And I brought them out here to Texas with me. And I painted both of them green, and I put spread eagles on the front of them. I guess you can see the eagle. I trimmed them in gold. So they're pretty old, you know. They were old when I got them, and they're even older now. Makes a good foot soaker one at a time. No, I don't think I could get my foot down in them. The top is only about this big when you take the lid off of it. I wouldn't want to put my feet down in there. I got soup in the refrigerator. I could heat up and eat, but it makes a good foot soaker. That reminds me, I got to pick up crackers when I go to the store. I'm out of crackers, y'all. Well, let's see. We've been on here right at 3 hours. I mean, no, it's longer than that. We've been on here over 3 hours. We've been having such a good time. The time has flown by. No, I can't make him stay inside. He don't want to stay inside. He's an outdoor cat. Both of them are. The only way I make him stay inside is put him in the little pet carrier. He don't mind being in there as long as he's asleep. Once he wakes up, he's ready to get out and go. Well, y'all, I've enjoyed it, but I feel like I'm just keeping y'all, keeping you from doing stuff you need to be doing or want to do. On wheels, make the kitty stay inside. Butter churn. Let's have a magic show. How about soup and crackers makes a good foot? Kitty stay inside. He's going to get hurt and he'll have to use it. Little buddy doesn't get in that many fights. But Lucky, he'll fight off any cat that comes in the yard. He don't want them here. He knows they don't belong here, and he don't want them here. No, you're not. I don't know what that's for, Wilson. Soup and sandwich. I don't want any, well, like I said, I might make that turkey and gravy open face sandwich. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. And I got a sweet potato that needs to be cooked. You're not taking any time. Stay on as long as you want. Yeah, I ate one the other day when I took that bowl or that package of turkey with gravy in it out that I put in there Thanksgiving. I just opened up the bun and put it all over the top. That was my open face sandwich with turkey and gravy on it. Yeah, you're a few miles down the road, Dennis. That'd be a long delivery for chicken livers. How about a beef Wellington? Because I got turkey out. I don't have beef. I could cook some rice and have my turkey and gravy on some rice. But I really wanted to cook my sweet potato. I might cook my sweet potato. Beef Wellington looks like too much trouble to go to. Because you got to make the puff pastry to go on it and all that good stuff. I could do a chicken breast that way, but I don't want to do that. Cordon bleu will be in. I don't have any prime rib. What are y'all talking about? I don't like raw oysters. I'm not eating raw oysters. I don't get fancy with my meals. I'm country. My meals are mostly country meals. No, I'm not going to bake a pie liver. Live, no. I'm not. Country nice, where you from? I'm originally from North Carolina, right along the coast. Come on in with beef try. Oh my goodness, y'all. Where are you at, Leo? I don't think so, Wilson. North Wisconsin. Oh, wow. I bet it's still pretty chilly up there, isn't it? It was warm enough today, I had to turn my AC on. The first time it's been on this year. 35 degrees. Summer don't want to come around. What was it? It was about 85, 95 degrees here today. I don't remember which. My temperature thing is not up here right now. It's 89 degrees right now. You know it had to be pretty warm or I wouldn't have turned my AC on today. Now, I love lobster. Yep, 89 degrees right now. And it was warmer than that earlier. I think it hit about 95 around 3 o'clock or so, about the time I went live. I wish I could afford to buy lobster, Dennis. I love lobster, but I don't usually ever buy it. It's too expensive. Once in a while, if I'm lucky, I might get shrimp, or I might accidentally buy a package of scallops. I know it's very pricey. Crab legs is pricey too if you get them from the oh, what do you call it? They're where they're fresh. They have them on ice. They're usually like $15 for a crab leg. Pheasant under a bridge. I don't usually ever have pheasant. I don't ever have duck either. I love crab legs too, but they're pretty expensive out here. That's what I got yesterday, last night, because I was too tired to even make a sandwich. I ordered some in that $5 family meal. which was the McDouble. It came with 4 uh, chicken nuggets, fries, and a Coke. That's what I got for dinner last night. And they threw in a chicken sandwich because I had points. But I ate everything all at once, and then I put the chicken sandwich aside. And it was several hours later before I ever ate that sandwich, because that was a lot of food. I like Wendy's too. They have a good $5 biggie bag, as they call it, and they got a $7 biggie bag. I went out there and got them until I realized that McDonald's had a $5 meal. Wilson's going to go eat dinner and watch my live at the same time. Well, you go right ahead, Wilson. MT said, I ate a quart of grits a little while ago and they had me swole up. I hope they stop swelling soon. These britches could only hold so much. Yeah, I've got a McDonald's app on my phone. And after you order so much, they give you free points to get free food and stuff. We used to have a Arby's here, Ann, but it closed up years ago and moved away. I don't know why, but it did. Leo. Last night I had a PB&J right after eating seafood. My toilet was not happy this morning. I've never cooked it. I've eaten it already cooked. And when I went to Vegas one time, I ate it in a restaurant, and it was so good. Oh, my God. What are you talking about, leftover grits, Dennis? When I cook grits, I eat them. There's no leftover grits. When I fix grits and eggs and bacon or sausage, I do like I did in the live that time, where I cook my dinner at the end of the live, where I fix them in a bowl. I fix just the amount that I want to eat at that time. And then I cook my bacon and my eggs and everything and dump them in that bowl, mix them up. There is no leftover grits. Oh, y'all cook your grits. Of course, you don't eat them raw. No wonder they're swelling up in your belly if you didn't cook them. They say you can put uncooked grits on an anthill and it'll kill the ants. Because they eat it and it swells up in their belly and busts their belly open. No wonder you're bloated. Oh my God. You're going to bust your belly. You'll be like these ants. They'll eat the dried grits uncooked and they swell up in their belly and it kills them. Oh my God. I know. That is hilarious. Well, y'all, we've been on here 4 hours. We got to get off of here. Y'all gonna have me laughing so hard I'm gonna have a non-stop coughing fit. Oh, y'all cook your grits. I might have to roll in the bed and take my girdle off so my belly can flop a little. Oh my goodness. You guys are killing me. And Dennis is there frying livers with his shirt off. You're going to get liver pop tattoos. I know, frying liver with your shirt off is crazy. That stuff will pop all over you. You gonna sue Dennis? You gonna sue the people that sold you the chicken livers? Oh man. Oh. Y'all crack me up. Oh my God. And they sold you bad livers. Fry belly scars more. Chicken liver pops. I know it pops. That's why he shouldn't be doing it with the shirt off. You think they sold you bad chicken livers because they pop? Yeah. Those livers are fighting back, Dennis. They don't want you to cook them. You dogged them with a fork. You jogged them with 2 forks. And there's Creations by JJ. Hello. Okay, Wilson. Well, welcome, new subscriber. Love having you here. My subscribers here have been cracking me up, joking and carrying on about frying chicken livers with your shirt off. Do you like grits and livers? Creations by JJ. I just started saying he can cook his hamburger helper and put the chicken livers in it. Creations by JJ said, I don't like liver and I've never tried grits. Well, you don't know what you're missing if you have never tried grits. You got to have grits in your life. Yeah, don't eat them raw. You got to cook them grits. Oh my gosh. Dennis says, boy, I got a greasy mess to clean up. Or else your belly's going to be like a water balloon with boiling water. You never know, MT. Liver and grits may be good. You never tried it. Fry you up some chicken livers and mix them in a bowl of grits and see if they're any good. I bet it would be. I mean, I like chicken livers cooked in rice. So why not grits? Some liver and grits tacos. Griver and Lentz. Y'all are cracking me up and I'm on live. I can tell y'all not to do it. Oh my. I've laughed so hard I'm crying. Put fat back in your grit. I don't have any fat back, or I would. Oh my goodness. You weren't even hungry. You just didn't want them to spoil. I've been on here quite a while. I've been on YouTube for many years, but I just started doing my videos and uploading them about 3 years ago. Leo says, only fat back I have is on my actual back. And unfortunately, I can't use that. Oh my goodness. I hope anybody that tries to watch the replay of this live waits until the live chat has processed and you can read it and it shows up with the video, because you're not going to understand what I'm laughing so hard at if they're not able to read the chat. And usually it takes a good 24 hours or longer to process the live chat before it shows with the video. Creations JJ says, I have to go and check on my last project. What was your last project, Creations? Now I know why the deli charges so much. You did 4 pour paintings. Oh, okay. I've never tried to do that. But y'all, I'm going to let you go. We've been on here for 4 hours and 17 minutes. That's long enough. That's where you actually pour the paint on your canvas or whatever you're painting on. You don't actually take a brush or anything and try to go in detail. You pour the paint and kind of let it do its own thing, I think. Good idea, Dennis. All right, y'all. I appreciate you coming in here. I love my lives because I love chatting with y'all. Y'all always get me laughing because you cut up and chat. It makes it fun, and I appreciate it because I love doing this. And y'all have a blessed night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. And I'll see you on my next one, okay? Love y'all. Bye now.